Good morning, cat. How was the day? You're still dying. We are all still dying, but like it's less hot. It was less hot for the past 3 days for me, so that's different. I wish it was uh, this temperatures for longer, but no. In 2 days, 30 degrees. I think tomorrow I'm gonna die for many reasons. One of them being uh, going French. That's sad, but yeah. I don't know what that means. Irate? Late? Irate is not a oh yeah, irritated. Irate makes no sense. Irate doesn't exist. That is not a word. That is not a word. uh, doubt. You know, yeah. I'm pressing doubt right now. I don't know. That's the thing. Also, the fucking PC is crashing again. God damn it. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that wasn't the case. But it is the case. That happened. Uh, what do you mean, look on Discord? What? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the roots in questions. Um, that's the roots that I had in mind, so it makes sense. But yeah, I've never seen that. Eh, you know. But also, I don't know shit. Uh, I am annoyed. That's where I'm gonna leave that. I am, uh, yeah, annoyed. Basically, this bitch right there has been trying me all day, and I'm currently. So I fixed the thing that I was talking about at the top. I was talking about that on Monday. Now it's fixed, so that's good. I basically had to revert these files specifically for 4 weeks of work, roughly a bit more. But now it's good. It's working. It doesn't really bring back the job. Whatever. It's okay, right? You know that's the thing. Anyways, so that's the first thing that is good. It's fixed. It's working. I'm happy with it for now. And the thing that is pissing me off is the sync system again is not. I think I'm gonna give up, which is the title of today's stream. I think I'm gonna give up on the initial sync that I had in mind because it just makes no sense anymore, or it does make sense. I can't make it. That's the thing. So I achieved it for like a split second, and then it failed. So I don't know how to fix that. So that's the first thing. And basically, what happens on device number two, I'm gonna say that is, or what I want it, or what I want the thing to happen on device number two. If you already have an account, a paying account, I want you to download the app, and I on the app side notice that you have iCloud on your computer, your phone, your whatever. You have a subscription, like that's something that iCloud is aware of, or App Store is aware of. And then because we detect that by default, because your Apple ID is unique and that's like bound to you on the database, we just restore everything for you because, like you have a subscription, therefore it makes sense. I've been trying to make that work for the past, I don't know, week and a half, I would say, if not 2 weeks. And it doesn't work. It works half of the time, and I don't understand why. I'm deleting the app from my iPad and then reinstalling it, but because we've moved from a user default things to a file-based settings, it's weird. It holds some memory without really holding memory, so it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Nonetheless, what happens now is that I'm launching the app. It launched as if it was the first time forever for anyone. So it's just empty progress, empty everything for any pages, which makes sense. And then if the user has like a subscription or they have bought like dictionaries and so on, they need to go into the restore purchases, which is in the subscription section of the page profile thing. That is okay. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it does make a bit of sense. Like people will understand that you have downloaded a new app, and because there is no account, you can restore purchases because the Apple account hold your purchase. So then you go back there and you click on that bitch ass button that is in the center. And it makes sense in order to make it work, but also it's it's annoying because at some point, and that's the thing that I don't understand, it loads content automatically if it detects that you had an account before. Account again. And I don't know what I did, obviously, and I don't know why it works, but at times it just install the app, does the thing. Nishit, hi, welcome back. And then restore your dictionary progress, but doesn't restores your purchases. But then if you relaunch the app, it restores your purchases, which is no sense. And then once you have that, you can go back into your profile to do to open this, which basically triggers a sync. So you have a sync going on in the background, and then it shows you what is missing, what is not missing, and then you're done, and you have your progress synced. And the whole process of getting back your progress on the device that you currently have, which is the second one, makes absolutely no sense. So I don't like it. I need to figure out a way to make it better. Um, and I have a way to make it better. The thing that I'm again, I talked about that last time. The thing that I don't like right now is the fact that I need to push a version. I have issues in production right now that don't make any sense for me to keep them live for that long. Most people don't have these issues because most people don't have like that many dictionaries. Like I'm the only one to be the most power users of the app. So obviously the thing that I'm seeing is not common, but it's still something that needs to be fixed. And it's fixed for me, but it's not fixed for the 2,000 users that have downloaded the app. So I need to push something, but I don't want to push something that will not be good, obviously. And I can't really push myself to revert to push the fixes only and then upgrade so that everything works and goes through, which is kind of uh, weird. Also, congrats on doing carrot cakes without carrots. That's nice. That is nice. But yeah, so that's the current situation, and it pisses me off because it could be much better, it could be much faster, and it could be good, but it just isn't as good as I wanted it to be, and it's fine. It's going to be okay. I did some cleanup today to ensure that some of these pages, for example, had a bit less data in the background, and it's okay. The thing that I don't like right now on this view specifically is the activity section, because it doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at it right here. I mean, you can't see shit. That's the first thing. Uh, Trade, hi. L trade, hi. Leo, hi. How are you? Um, it's tiny for you, so obviously you can't see shit right there. But it doesn't give me enough information about what needs to be shown, and I don't even know if I was about to do that. That's not gonna work. I don't even know if this is working anymore with the latest version of iOS 26 beta. It's a bit of a mess and it doesn't really connect, which is not good, obviously. It's connected by wire, so it should just go through, but it doesn't. God damn. God damn. I want to do that so that I can just zoom in, and show you what I'm talking about. But, yeah. At least I sort of fucking prompt right now, which is really good. I am gonna try something a bit different. I doubt that this is changing anything, but we'll see. Yeah, it doesn't work. Anywho, basically the dots in the view are not, they are good, but they're not big enough, and in terms of you having the ability to tap on something. But also, I don't see the point, and that might be a me thing. I don't know. But if you're like here, for example, let's go back there. If you're here and you are a non-paying user, right? You're a non-paying user, you're just going to see these 3 cards for dictionary, these same 3 cards for kanjis, because these are the 2 sections that have enough data to pull like some analytics in others. And then for anything else, you just don't have the bottom cards because it makes no sense. And if you are a paying user and you have access to more of the data, as in like the question types, the amount of response time, and the amount of thing that you have mastered so far, and so on, like all of these informations are pretty useful, but they are not like I'm not dying to know exactly how many words from the dictionary I have practiced on that day. So based on that thing at the top, I don't I don't think it's that useful. So that is the reason why I'm like, I don't even know if I want to keep it, to be honest. Um, Specifically because when you are gonna load it the first time, you're gonna have nothing to show. Abdel, hi, welcome back. It has been a while indeed. So that's the thing. I don't know. I feel like it's okay. Like you have a bit of a preview, but then if you just started and you just had something, you just get access to this. This activity section is basically going to be like this. So you have nothing on it, and I don't like it. I don't like it, but also it's also like stuck on 1 year. I don't want to hold data for more or longer than this. So I don't know. I don't know. I see the potential use and usefulness of this, but I also don't see the use case. highly debating if this is any anything. I would say the main reason why I'm keeping it right now is because if you are on the first three tabs, you only have the activity at the top and then the progress spread, and that's it. So you like if I'm just giving you the spread, it's as good as this, kinda, to an extent. But it's like this view is only giving you what you have mastered. So you know that you have like 65 radicals that is mastered or are mastered, and you have 210 in total. That makes sense. But then if you go into the analytics and you go into radicals, you can check that you are currently learning 130 that you are practicing. And that's the only data that you have like added on top of the previous page. So I don't think it's good enough, at least. So yeah. Also, this specific view, and I've noticed that for a while now, the spacing on the right side and the left side is not the same. And I don't get it. It's supposed to be the same, but for some reason it's not. Like there is 16 on one side and 12 on the others. No clue. No clue why. Nonetheless, it's there. The other thing that I need to have in persistence, which is something that I kind of talked about before. Right now, for example, if I'm here and I say I want to see my enhanced analytics at the top and just toggling this thing and then closing it back, coming back in, it's off again. So I need to have something that hold that data and retain that information, because otherwise that's a bit of a waste of tabs and taps. But yeah, that's a lot of things to think about, and I just spent all day installing, uninstalling, reinstalling, cleaning out the iPad to make sure that the first install works, and then at the end I was like giving up. But that happens. That happens. But it's there though. That works. You know. Anyways, Abdel, how have you been? How yeah, it's been. I mean, last time you were here, you were not for a long time. That's what I remember. It was 2024. God damn it. Yes, 2024. It's been a year. That is crazy. That is crazy. Welcome back. I mean, a bit less than a year, but yeah. Uh, yeah. And then I came back, sadly, from myself. Came back to France. I need to go back though. But yeah. Oh, the news, by the way, because last week I had an interview for a job that is in Japan, and they said no, obviously, because they all say no. Um, the reason, the apparently the CEO, top leader of that startup, has a bit of an aversion for people that have entrepreneurial mindset. So people that already have their own business, or have had their own business in the past. It just doesn't like that. So the fact that I have my own product, which is Can, and my own design agency and my own freelancer, like basically design agency, the freelancer stuff, he was like, yeah, nah, that's not gonna work. So what I hear from there is they just don't like the fact that someone else can be potentially more successful than themselves, and they're scared of that, which is really good. For me, it's a really good sentiment. I also absolutely understand the fact that from a CEO point of view, if I hire someone that already has a business, they might not be 100% in the new business that they are like joining, right? They might just be 80%, 50% invested in the company that they are joining. And therefore, as a CEO, you might be a bit like scared that they're not gonna think about your business all day, all the time, and give you like free time for free. So I get it, but also, goddamn. But that's a Japanese mindset. The person in question is not Japanese, which that changes. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. That was an interesting thing. So this one is a no-go, which is good to know for me. And then I have the event tomorrow. We'll see if that triggers some freelance job. I doubt it. And I have another interview next week for another job in Japan, which I don't know. I've applied to that company before, and it was nice, and I liked most of their stuff, but it didn't work because they filled out the position before I ended up going through the entire process. So we'll see if this time it kind of works. We will see. I think we didn't go through the entire thing from Monday. So if you are someone that is Stony, hi. If you are someone that is on Arc has been the Arc sidebar has been ported to Dia, and it's shit. So I'm still not moving through there. I made a post about it. People seems to be pretty in an agreement with me, kinda to an extent. So that's interesting. This is safe or saved because pastel again. There is like another one that is a bit above one that I forgot that is really much pastel themed that is coming back again. So, things to keep in mind. Reveal, I say the same thing every time, which is supposedly an iPhone app that is using shaders, is apparently launching on Mac, and I'm impressed. Like very much impressed because it's really good. Yeah, sadly, yeah. Blue Sky is shit. UI wise, like I hate it. It has half of the feature that Twitter has, and because it doesn't have the evil algorithm that is behind it, I see nothing. Like from my following, from my discovery, I'm seeing things that are not necessarily related to me, and like that's I do. Uh, it's just it's just weird. It's just weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. So yeah, sadly, I'm still using it. I would love not to, but I can't. Most of the design stuff that I'm seeing is here, and then the other one that I'm following is Threads, and there is like a ton of things on Threads that are good for design, but there is also a lot of ass for me, and that's not something that I can necessarily showcase um, on stream for many reasons. Uh, but there is a lot of really good design in there, which I like a lot. But yeah, no, otherwise it's mostly here. And the reason that I'm not using threads entirely to show you what I'm finding, which is, my design discovery of the beginning of the stream every time, is because on threads you are like linked to your Instagram account, and you can't create a new account that is separated. I have my ass Twitter that no one knows about, and I have my design Twitter that you know about. And I can't do that on threads. So that's the reason. Nonetheless, Rivero is doing this thing, and uh, I don't think I will be a good beta tester, so I'm not requesting the beta. but it's really nice to see. I wish I could just have a chat with the creators because it makes a lot of sense. Um, yeah, talking about the federated aspect is absolutely working every time. On point. Also, that one right there, on point. But yeah, like that makes no sense. You enable something and then it doesn't give you any information about it until one day at some point it just tells you, oh yeah, that thing is that you enabled is not like available there. Yeah, this is something that Thread has suggested to me, which makes no sense because I have never seen that person before. I'm not following them, and I don't. I mean, this is. I agree, but I don't. I don't get it. Anyways, that's yeah. I agree with that. So yeah, this one is pretty nice. If you remember, if you've been here when WWDC 23, 22, 22, when they basically announced the Dynamic Island uh, things, is this is interesting. So basically, what happens is they do the same thing in Figma. So they blur the icon and then they sharpen it or matte poker the pixels to ensure that you see the things, and so that way you can properly align it in the zone, and it's visually aligned, which is really good. So yeah. But yeah, no, Thread is much better than Twitter, but then Twitter is where I have all my design stuff, so it just makes sense for me. It just makes sense. Again, going back to trend, I guess, ultra realistic icons and ultra realistic illustrations are coming back. And I'm not saying ultra realistic as in photographs or pictures, like snapping a picture. I'm saying creating an illustration or creating or recreating something in Blender, 3D, whatever, to then use as an illustration inside of your app. I don't think this is skeuomorphism. Skeuomorphism is the fact of adding materials and effects. This is like realism kind of thing, and so it's basically the like realist painting shit. Like the people that are doing some realism painting all the time compared to expressionist and so on. So it's the same fucking thing at the end. Like people are just repeating what we have done on oil, and they are just making that into their app. But yes, so that's something that is coming back slowly, but it is coming back. Um, this is pastel type of thing that I was talking about earlier. So this one is a theme for Shad CN, and so it gives you this kind of parchment textures things. Um, yeah, it yes, but it's not realistic. It's realis. It's taking from realistic things without being realistic, if that makes any sense. So the example that we have is iOS 4, for example, used to be the skeuomorphic definition. So when you're here, it takes a cue of glass. Like the icons used to be glassy and glossy. the TV for YouTube used to represent something that is looking like the old TV. The camera icon is the camera icon as if it was real, but it's not necessarily the thing that looks like the realist stuff. If you remember, like the notepad things, it had like crunched out, ripped out papers at the top for realism and so on. Right now, the icons that I was on a second ago is more the entire thing is as realistic as possible. So that if you had this in front of you realistically, it is still an element that could like open, read, see the pages, and so on. Whereas here, if you had the camera icon on your desk, you just have the camera lens, but you don't have anything behind it. That's the difference, I think, from my point of view of skeuomorphism and the newest trend of hyper realistic. But yeah, I would not even argue. I would agree with you that it was mostly like a limitation. It was also mostly a pixel density limitation, as in something that we've talked about. The iPhone 1, the size of the screen, is now the equivalent of one tab entry on the Pro Max, the 16 Pro Max. The pixel density for one tab button is the exact same amount of pixels that we had here for this entire fucking screen. So yes, there is a limitation thing that we couldn't really have textures that were that good. It was really good, but it wasn't that good. Uh, but yeah, like that's the, to me at least, from again my point of view, it's taking from realistic elements and ensuring that we have something that looks textured and realistic from what we could do compared to now where we are doing things that are way more feasible, if that makes any sense. I know I have like another one. I don't know if it's the same person that did it. I don't think it is. Um, I don't think it is. It's not. Like that is iPhone 4 skeuomorphic thing to me. It's an image. It's a PSD. It's something that is very simple overall. It's just a tray, and then you have your icon that would be on top. But like nowadays, it's mostly attempting to do as realistic as possible for an element on its entirety. That makes, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense, but it does make some sense. As in, you know, some things like this. Do I have the second one? I forgot where it is. There. Right, the icon that I made last at the beginning of the year, I guess. Beginning of the year was this. But same thing. This is not like this is more skeuomorphic than hyper realistic because I didn't go to the extent of having everything. But yeah, that's nonetheless an interesting thing. Anywho, moving on. I don't know if they did it on purpose. I think they did. Like there is no way for them to haven't noticed that it was just ass right there, which I do like, obviously. Uh, but I I don't know. Um, I'm guessing it's on purpose, probably. But yeah, um, you know, that's a thing. Nonetheless, moving on. So this one is Pastel coming back with a new theme. This is like a lot of AI generated themes, and this concept is something that we have talked about in the past, which is pretty interesting. Not necessarily a thing that we will see, but it's a pattern that I've contemplated in the past, which is basically giving the user the ability to generate something for themselves. So here on that example, what they are saying is you have your page for like Notion page, whatever, and then they can say add a button to the status bar at the bottom that starts a timer of a 45 countdown, like 45 minutes countdown, like a Pomodoro timer, and then you just make it, and by making it you end up with the thing that is transforming the overall page, and then you end up with something that is containing the timer itself on your app, project, whatever, wherever you are to do the things. So that, as in building your own interfaces for yourself, is something that is coming with customization, with the simplicity again of building components for React, for Tailwind, for other things that we have now. I think this is something that is probably going to happen at some point. Not necessarily going to be the best idea ever for many reasons, but I see this as a potential thing that will happen. So again, keeping that in mind every time that we are thinking about the future of design, the future of software, and so on, the hyper customization potentials of platforms to just let the user build whatever the fuck they want. And then if the thing is working, basically you would be able to say, well, my user already generated the code that does exactly what it needs. We have the artifact that is then used for that user specifically. And then if it is useful, it could be added to some sort of a marketplace or some whatever page you want to just get other people to use. Like that's a potential thing. But the main reason why I like this thing is mostly because of Pastel. That's it. That's just coming back. That is about it. These ones were cute, and that's it. If you're someone that has been doing some physical graphic design in the past, this one was just cute. And yeah, it's just like a girl that is just going on a hike, and then cats happened to happen and came in, and you know, it makes sense. Stony, I just saw that message. I'm sure you are out of your chair already, but helping your neighbor quit smoking sounds not like something you would do. But I get it. Have fun there. The Famimart socks are pretty nice. I'm mostly like a Lawson person, because Lawson for their clothes is really good. But yeah, I get it. Get it. They are really good merch overall. This one was cute. This is made in Rive, obviously, because Rose Good is, working at Rive. It's a nice chart. It's not representing anything, and it's extremely simple to create. But, it's interesting. It looks nice. That's about it. That is about it. This page right there is, I don't want to call it a pattern just yet, but we're this close to make it a pattern. I think I have 3 similar pages in this whole feed right now, so that's an interesting thing. But yeah, it looks interesting. It's a good design overall for this app on its entirety, so I do like this. But yeah, not a pattern just yet, but kind of still a pattern for some pages. For some pages. Go back up. So this happened, if you haven't followed, we talked about it on Discord a bit. I don't see it. I don't have it. I do have it, but I don't have it. So the new iOS 26 beta 3 that is making the liquid glass more blurry is making the liquid glass more blurry when you are in light mode. So if you have, like myself, your phone in dark mode, this doesn't happen. This is not there. And it's there only when it's necessary. So I wish I could just fucking use this thing, but I can't. By going to the only app that shows you exactly where that happens, which is here. If you take a look at my navigation at the bottom, which I know it's going to be kind of bad, it's black transparent right now. And then if I go on to this section, it goes into white frosty right at this instance because it makes sense there. But if I just scroll back up into something that is transparent black, or something that is black, it's going to go back into liquid glass transparent. It's not more blurry than before. So the whole people that are like complaining about it are just using their phone in light mode. And so, yeah. I do like it, to be honest. I like it. It's well executed most of the time. It's also really well like interesting. If you look at the select at the top, for example, and the way that it's just behaving like that button square things that just morph into something else, and there's liquid, the liquid glass part of liquid glass is pretty nice because it reacts to whatever the fuck you are. But you know, like that's it. The rest is just common UX patterns, and it makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense. Most of it is good. Again, as said, it's presented pretty well. If you are like me and you are a boring ass person that doesn't really have picture in your background and don't want distraction as much as the other people wants, pretty good. Like I'm I'm right here. It's in the clear version. If I use my shit, I used the wrong thing. If I use the themes customization and I use my dark icon instead, I don't like it that much. It's fine, but I don't like it that much. I would rather have it in clear, the clear mode, or my regular, which is like tinted, which is basically the same. Yeah, like that works for me, and that is much better. Most of the previews things, whatever, is is okay. They have added some transitions and shit that I don't like, but other than that, it's fine. But yeah, that's the thing for me. The people that are complaining about it right here, at least from what I can see, are using their phone in light mode, and that's their first mistake. Shouldn't. I wish we had like a bit of data, to be honest, on light mode versus dark mode battery life, because I have a feeling that with these new AMOLED screens, dark mode is better in the long term. But yeah, people have been complaining about it. That is the hyper realistic things that is really skeuomorphic, but also, as you said earlier, this goes with the fact that we now have the tools and there is less limitations. But I like it. That is it. This was cute. I'm gonna let it go through your screens for a second. I think it's a nice tomato. And yeah, Makes sense. That makes sense. Um, this one was nice. I don't know if this is AI based or not. I don't really care. But yeah, this picture has been taken, and apparently that person said that they wanted to, um, make something out of it, and I think it's really nice. I think it's a really good representation of how you could be inspired by something else, and yeah, um, pretty nice. I do like it. The thing is, again, I don't know if um, I don't know if it's AI or not. It doesn't seem to be based on the response and all the things, but it's a good concept. That is all I'm saying. All I'm saying. This is more for Stony, but Stony's not there anymore, so that's for later. Um, we've had more illustration like the one that I talked about on Monday that have come up. So very minimal, very black and white with an accent. And this is really similar to Maggie's illustration style, which I don't even know if we can find them anymore because yeah, has been doing like really really good illustration in the past, and I mean she kind of moved into something that a bit different, but these were used for like illustration for blogs, articles, and so on. And so there is like a very distinctive style that we haven't really seen other people, or at least I haven't really seen other people do that style of illustration, which is really good. Man, Brave, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. So if I go back into where I discovered her work for the first time, it was a long time ago. Long time ago. I was a wee lad. I kind of tried to recreate and learn from her and the thing that she was doing for like boxes and element for app icons and so on. That taught me a lot. Um, but yeah, that style, situations, things, these articles, god damn it, are gonna be really bad in terms of quality because they are old as fuck, but they remind me of the same type of illustration, which are like basically black and white with a bit of a hint of color and accent color here and there to guide the user into something. So that's the type of illustration they have. I do like it. So that is where I stand. It's really basically like 3D in flat. So most of the newest version of these illustrations I've been using like 3D software because it makes a lot more sense than doing it by hand. But when you're looking at these, they look really good. Like this is a very, very nice illustration that a 3D rendering of the same thing wouldn't feel the same. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I like it. That's all I'm gonna say. That is all I'm gonna say. So yes, these illustrations to me look kind of similar, and it's kind of nice to see. Um, this is interesting. So Lori seems have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Come back whenever. Not next year. I mean, if it's next year, it's next year. That happens. Have a good rest of your day. So this thing is interesting to me to an extent. This is Lodi that is announcing that they're using um, animated with AI, and so they have like a magic animation tool for Lodi through Figma. And I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how the community feel about it because there has been like just 7 comments on this. So there is nothing really to, pull out other than it. Um, but yeah, it's a bit of an I don't know. That's about it. It's a bit of an I don't know. We'll see more later. I think it would or could potentially be good for me in terms of animating my icons and auto animating the icons because Lodi is pretty good for that. But also, it feels like it's going to be really bad in terms of uh, paying animators. Again, same thing as artists and animators are getting a bit of a hit. So, do check. Nonetheless, it's pretty good. It looks nice. Their presentation video is really nice. Again, like that button is really cute. And that's about it. That's about it. Um, yes, yes. I mean, yes. I don't know where she is right now in terms of UI for her streams, which I think she's streaming on YouTube most of the times. But yes. Kiana, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Um, that concept here comes from me. That weird web, weird wide web hole comes from me as well. And yeah, it depends. It depends. This is like a very knee-jerk reaction of me seeing her doing something on stream and being like, you need to change 90% of the thing that you're doing because it's not good. It doesn't represent you, so let me do something for you. This is, I would say, if I'm going into the pricing, because and it's going to be something like a branding situation. So my initial cost for this as a freelancer is 5K for a full branding thing. If I do half or just a third or something, obviously reduce the costs. But yeah, that is the price, starting price here. So obviously, again, if it's like you need a logo and it's just a logo, then it could be like 2K. Even though I don't like to do just a logo, but you know, there. But yeah, but usually, yeah, for myself, I'm pricing this at like 5K overall for branding, um, and for anything that is, if you're looking for stream art overlays and other things, I would 100% send you here. Like I love Saya, and I'm recommending her to anyone that is streaming, to be honest, because they are good. Like most of the stream widgets and things that are in there are really, really nice, and they just work. They are not that expensive, to be honest. And if you like the styles that they have, right? Because sometimes you don't. They just work. They're really minimalistic, and they are coded, and it works. So I do like it. Other than that, if you're looking for just like stream arts in general, the regulars, I would say, Nerdally is really good because it gives you like a full package. If it's still alive, like that I don't know. But yeah, no, Nerdally is it to me is really nice, specifically now apparently. And I would say they have some of the most comprehensive things. So let's say, for example, you liked holographic, and holographic is the vibe that you want to go for in your streams. If it fucking load, thank you. Um, and that's like what you get. You would have something. I should zoom out and zoom out. And with Nerdodai, you get basically the entirety of the stream pack with the alerts, the scenes, the backgrounds, the event listeners, and all that in the same package. And it's very simple to put in place because it's basically like videos, and most of it is already presetted for you. Specifically, if you're on Windows, it's just go through really quick. But yeah, that entire thing is really, really nice, and they do really, really good work. I wish I had like some sort of an affiliate link for them because it's really it's I mean, to me, $30 is really cheap for the amount of work that they go through to create. So yeah, I I mean, my first overlay and second overlay were from them. I basically bought like a pack and put it in place to make things work. And there are like uh, animated ones, there are free ones, there are static ones. So we like these a lot because they make sense. If you are not into the design that they have here, the newest version, if you have a Stream Deck, the newest version of the Stream Deck does have um, in here in the that thing, you now have, if I remember correctly, some OBS preset scene collections that are in there. And so, again, you need a Stream Deck, but not necessarily, but kind of need a Stream Deck, but half of a Stream Deck. Um, Basically, what that is a format that gives you what I built, as in the clean slate project that I had a long time ago now, and it gives you the scenes, the position, the transition, the assets, like everything in a click. So let's say I was interested in that, I say get, and then that's it. I can just import that as a scene collection inside of OBS and get the entirety of that rendering in basically a second without having to think too much. So that's an option. This is the, or this exists because they acquired, um, what's the fucking name? They acquired um, a company, VBI. That's the name. They acquired VBI that basically gives you like visual by impulse, but I don't think that exists anymore. Has been acquired, and so now it's just a redirect to this thing. Nonetheless, it's there. Yeah, that's the I would say that's the three places where you would have like the most stuff for stream assets. If that's exactly your goal and you don't need anything else. For anything else that is like a bit more custom, it's always good to do things custom. Like I'm not gonna lie on this one, but depends on you. Depends on what you can do, how you can do things, and so on. But yeah, custom is going to be much better. There is one person, which I always forget their name because it's not a person that I'm watching on YouTube, but there is like a very specific channel, not Nutty, another one that is doing. I'm probably gonna find it right there, Gil. uh, Gale, I don't know how to pronounce their name again. They have a lot of things in there that will give you exactly what you need to make your stream more interesting, more fun, without necessarily needing to buy anything. So that's something that is really good. They have made this thing earlier this month or last month, which is basically adding like a shader on your OBS scene to get like the liquid glass from Apple inside of OBS, because basically it's just a fucking shaders. So that makes sense. But you know, like that's the type of thing that they do, and it's kind of fun to follow through the tutorials, and if you like how they speak, if you like how they explain things, good content. Good content. Always. But yeah, and they do like a ton of things in there. And one of the things that I kind of like, which I'm doing the same thing. That's why I kind of like it. Uh, if you look at their videos, specifically their videos in terms of thumbnails, anything that is related to like audio is going to be yellow. Anything that is going to be clips or related to like business and other things is going to be red. Anything that is OBS related is going to be purple or green. But they have like a bit of a color themes in everything they do, which is really fun to see. So like same thing here for me. If I go into itch, if I go into here, anything that is related to AI is going to be green, and anything that is related to can itself is blue. Anything that is in between is going to be purple. So that's the idea. Gale is really good for OBS stuff. But yeah, that would be my recommendation for having like visuals and things for streams. Other than that, after that, it's just going to be do it yourself, because it's just better. But it takes more time and more knowledge to build things directly into OBS. However, Brain is all the way everywhere right now. If you're on Windows and you're streaming from a PC and not from a Mac, you have access to StreamerBot, and StreamerBot is going to give you access to other things that Atom doesn't give me access to right now, at least. And that basically allows us to get so much things that work so much better than using like stream elements and other stream related activity trackers platforms. So yeah, so that's a thing. That is a thing. That's the type of pattern. It's the same person, so that's why I was saying that not necessarily a pattern, but that screen that we have in the beginning, the intro screen right about here, is somewhat off a pattern for specific elements. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. The bottom buttons being rounded and just two, not more, is patterned-ish. And the fact that we have elements that are floating around on the home screen preview thing is the pattern. I think Ammo is doing something similar. I remember Not Boring having something really similar as well a while back. They changed since then. Trunk or Track is had similar onboarding-ish, and pattern-ish. It's a very, very simple layout, so I get it. It's not necessarily a pattern. That's why I'm air quoting so much. But it has been on my feed multiple times today and multiple times this month by multiple people. The app to edit on your phone, it's really good. And then last month, they announced that they were doing an update, and in that update, they were giving themselves the right to use whatever you put on their app. So if you decide to edit sex tape on their app, they now have the rights to that thing, and you don't. So because of that, that person decided to do the same thing, but it's creating like an editor on your phone. That happens. That's interesting, I guess. To be checked, though. To be checked. Other than that, not much. Other than the thing that I shared here. As in, this thing is crazy to me. Discolor, which is designer advocate at Figma, posted this as a morning warm-up using blend modes to build like a tinted color ramp map thing, right? So you basically have layers, and you have your colored layers that is going on top of your whole content. Some of the things are above your color layer, some of the things are underneath, right? So that way, when you are applying the blending mode, you end up with something that is colored based on the theme that you have, which makes a lot of sense. It's really useful. It's something that we've used on many occasions. The thing is, when I looked at this, I was like, that's crazy. Because if I just look with a tad, just a tad of details, let me see if it's here. I forgot exactly where it is, which is the reason why I'm half lost. Did I do that in... not here? Where did I do that? It's gonna be my question. I basically shared it on Discord there anyway, so I could just go there. But right now, would love to find the things, and obviously, I can't find the things when I'm talking about the things. God damn it. Why is it always the case? Because it's not on this, on that file. Anyways, if I zoomed in, I mean, I didn't re-zoom in, I just dropped the fucking thing and created a border ramp around the element that they had created. They are not using concentric circles, which, you know, sometimes it doesn't really matter. But the thing that is annoying me is that they have a bit of more padding at the top than at the bottom. And if you fix that padding, this like issue, you are not even aligned with the content properly, specifically on this side. Like, that makes absolutely no sense to me. I don't get it, and I don't understand how the Figma designer advocate themselves could not use Figma built-in features of auto layout. That makes no sense to me. The concentric circles, whatever. Like, I don't... I'm not saying I don't mind, but I don't mind. But overall, the fact that it's not auto layouted makes no sense to me. You should just have something that says 16/16 on both sides, or 10/10 on both sides, whatever. I know that Louis is not doing like the regular 8-point grids, but yeah, it's just it's really really weird from my point of view that someone that doesn't pay attention to these details is hired as a designer advocate at Figma. That was crazy. Anyways, details here. Second details. There, that person had a very interesting post on LinkedIn, and that made me laugh a lot because they shared this image, right? That's the image that they shared, and then their post is, "Did you hire a designer for this?" And my brain did the regular thing of no, and it shows that that there was no designer hired for this, and yeah, I can tell. And there is a lot of people in the background, in the comments and replies, that have been asking. I don't know if I can find it. Um, I'm guessing they probably have removed their comment or something. Um, yeah, the people have been saying, I don't know if it's rage bait or not, but yeah, it's really pretty interesting. I don't get it. I don't know if people are really thinking that this is good, in which case I'm gonna take this as a sign, I would say. If people say that this is designer level websites, I'm working too much. I'm paying too much attention to the details. And so I could make worse work and get paid more. I'm taking it this way, which is, positive and so on. But basically, what they were saying is that this thing is like um, 50K a month. I doubt it, but things. It's also LinkedIn, so I'm guessing like a lot of things in there are not gonna be. So yeah. Other than that, these two things that I shared on Discord, not much. But yeah. Oh, see, I just saw what Stony sent me with a fly on my head. I really did have a fly on my head right there. That, that's crazy. That is crazy. The hair is fluffy though. That's not good. That is not good. Too fluffy. Way too fluffy. And yeah, I just dropped a video on YouTube about can because I can, obviously. It's a very, very small, short one, and it makes sense, you know. So the things that helps. Things that helps, nonetheless. That is interesting. I know that some other people on my feed are doing like a lot of illustrations and how can I say that? Dream related content. So if you're still interested in that, let me know. But yeah. In terms of branding and pricing and things, Burn Brave, going back to that because that's what is in my head right now. It really depends. There is a ton of variety in the options, in the outputs, in the creations. The latest project that I need to do the marketing for because I suck at marketing. I hate it so much. But yeah, this thing where we basically went into a lot of research in the logo for how it could look, how it could be good, not good, and so on. They kind of said no on this one, which is really sad because I liked it a lot. Obviously, I'm biased. But yeah, we went with basically this at the end, something really similar, and makes sense. You can expand and you can do things in ways that are going to be, I would say, pretty good, with simplicity and a lot of research on what is the inspiration for the thing that you're trying to build. So If you just want stream assets, Etsy is really good for stream assets. Not gonna lie, like there is plenty of people in there that are doing a lot of really good stream assets. Um, but yeah, yeah, I would love to see. I would love to see, of course, as always. I think the tech that we have now is allowing us to get more or less bitch, get out. More or less reactive content, and that helps a lot. So for example, your bubbles that I'm seeing here could be like a background for your stream. These animations, same thing could happen on. I like these. That's fun. Oh, I saw something for a split second and it doesn't exist. It's not true, but that was interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. It's sad that it doesn't have the image themselves, but it's probably a me thing, not a you thing. Don't worry about it. Maybe it's a you thing. I don't know. But if you want something that is like aligned, I would say, um, Cybersect, hi, welcome back. This this is really good. Your background could be used as a background for the stream for sure. You could have effect and events listener that just create like some pulse of lights. Um, your overall animations on things like glitch and lights and things are pretty nice and can really be integrated in a way that makes sense for streaming. I mean, um, but yeah, I would say right now my fans on my computer are freaking out. They are freaking out. They want me to close this thing because um, yeah, for some reason this is heavy, way too heavy. So I don't know. I don't know. Um, I would say in order to get this a bit better, eh, um, yeah, this one is lighter if you are looking for interactive elements. Unicorn Studio is going to give you a bit more GPU friendly rendering, and it makes more sense. It's easier to do in some cases. Not saying that it's going to be like the same design at the end because it's shader based and not uh, animation based, but shaders are a bit lighter than what we had there. So yeah, Unicorn Studio is really really good. Um, like I like them a lot. I like them a lot, mainly because it just works in no time. that's the that's the thing that is like mind blowing. It's just you want to create whatever. Let's use this one for example. Um, you have your pixelation thing that is just gonna run, and in order for you to just, not have it running, you can pause the thing, you can change the effect, the amount, the thing that you want to have. You can have a bit more fun, less fun, whatever fun you want. And like it's basically that easy to just do something in 3 seconds. It's easier than other things on your GPU. But that's the thing. Nox, hi, what morning? Um, yeah, it is so good. To me, that's the thing. Like I have this with the overall like chromatic aberration that is like right on the side, and it's meant to be in the center, and I can have it like bigger or smaller or whatever, and potentially like a different angle and so on. Whatever works. Great, welcome back. But it like it's so easy. That's the thing. That is the thing. And I mean, to me, it blows my mind how people don't know about it much. We talked about it like 2 years ago now, roughly, and people are not still not aware that this exists. I'm still happy with it, but yeah, like you can just do the whatever the fuck you want. And it's really nice, and it works. It's simple, and so on. And my computer doesn't scream at me. Um, you said that twice, Grace. Did you have early access, Grace? Because I got pre-early access, and it's shit for me. But yeah, I don't know. It's been it's been on my interesting tool list for a while. We have a new one that we need to test out, and there is like another one that is in beta-ish. And like on my own channel, obviously, because I can do that. Uh, I do have a short video, kind of about Unicorn Studio. I forgot where it is. It's somewhere in these mess of talking about Unicorn, and right there, it's pretty good. I'm really sad that no one has been seeing this, but yeah, it's in there in my testing tools series situation. If you are on Discord, Grizz, you would have seen a specific video that I posted a while back now. Right here, I got access without being supposed to get access to Unicorn Studio, not Unicorn Studio, to Paper, and I was just coming out of the shower and just taking a look at it, and that's the interface that you get. It has nothing in it. Uh, it's kind of shit, and it doesn't do anything just yet. And therefore, the hype that is on Twitter and other platforms to say that Unicorn Studio is going to take over, like Figma and so on, I don't know. Or let me say that I know that no, not not yet, not in the slightest. Right this instance, they have, or when I started using it, they had nothing. I think I say that somewhere along the line of the end of the video, but Yeah, basically what they are showcasing in the landing page is a very, very good design tool. And that's their preview on the landing page. That's what I get, which is absolutely not the same thing. So, yeah, um, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. You probably are seeing the thing that I have in my head right now. Yeah, it's I don't like it. I don't like it because it's. I mean, first of all, they kicked me out. I don't like that. But the invite code, I don't have access to it, but I do have already my files in there, so I'm supposed to get access to it, and I can't figure it out. But that's all. That's okay. And the thing that I had access to is really bad. Like it. The reason why I say it's really bad because you know that I need a preface this, preface this, whatever, in a way that makes sense. It is giving me hope that this tool is going to be good when I'm going on the landing page and then I'm testing it out and it has nothing of what they are talking about on the landing page. That is false advertising and false marketing. And I don't like that in the slightest. So if you're telling me that this is exactly the thing that I'm going to have, and then I'm getting like half of the buttons on the side, half of the tabs at the top. I mean, technically a third because there is three tabs, and none of the things you have presented there. That makes no sense to me. So, yeah, paper is potential, but so far not really good. And then I also hate this, personally speaking. Um, as in they have a seed round, which is they have investor. Because they have investor, they will need to make sure that the investors are happy with the product, which means they will need to make money to refund the investors, or at least make the investors some money. And that means that this is going to be kind of bad because they can't have their own. They won't have their say their own product anymore after a certain amount of time. The thing that we talked about briefly, I think, last month was investment cycles of seed round, A series, B series, and so on. You end up with, as the owner of the software, less and less shares of your own company. And once your shares are less than 40%, 50%, basically, your investors are guiding the tools, not you. So your vision might align with the vision of the investors, yes. But if one of your investor cohort is pushing you to do something specific, have 50% of the investment power, and therefore they are guiding the tool in the direction that they want to see. So increasing prices for subscription, increasing or limiting the thing that you can have in the free tier, if there is a free tier, removing the free tier, and so on. So I don't like this. The fact that they have only raised 4 mil on seed round is concerning compared to the hype that is going behind it. And I think they have reached 4 mil as or result as a result of the hype that we have. But that's about it. I don't think they could have raised anything more than 1 mil in seed round based on the current state of the product. Personal take on what I've seen. but still, that really bad. Personal take, still. But yeah, from what I've seen from the tests that I've done, they have like really basic things, and I would rather go into Unicorn Studio to do stuff with shaders because that's basically what it is, and then just play with that because you know, just it's just so easy. It's so easy. It's so nice. But yeah, that's the. I would say that's the thing. That's what I would say. Way more interactive, way more interesting, way more fun to play with, um, and they they have a bit of an issue with rendering stuff when you are getting in and out of the view, and paper has the same issue when you are moving from navigation to Canva. The Canva needs to refresh itself. So yeah, yeah. I mean, the hype that we have on Twitter right now is the fact that people want paper to be competing with Figma. They can't. They don't have. Um, they don't have a slight inch of advantage on their current feature compared to Figma. So that can't happen. And their only positioning right now is that they are getting shaders inside of the Canva, right? That's their thing. Figma has a massive advantage there because I don't know if you remember this, but right now you can't remember this. God damn it, they are fast. Modify, which is like itch. Why is it dead? Was dead a second ago. That's fine. Modify got acquired by Figma, and so basically anything that Paper is doing is something that Modify does much better right now. And because Figma has acquired this, they basically do whatever Paper is going to do much better already. So yes, it is. Their new rebranding is a very bad transition. The previous logo was better, but yeah, it happens. But yeah, this thing is much, much better than what Paper is doing. And because it has been acquired, that means that Figma has access to this and will probably just not be able to be competed against in that sphere anymore because, they have the tools. So that makes a lot of sense. And again, the situation right now, the reason why Figma has done like a cease and desist on Lovable to have dev mode is because Figma has acquired Dinnerboard, and Dinnerboard is an IDE that is collaborative IDE, and they acquired them now a long time ago, like it was in 2024. But like that's that's the thing. And since that has been acquired, um, basically, which is kind of interesting, um, basically what we have in Figma right now, which is like Figma Site and Figma Make, and soon Figma Shaders, I'm guessing, all of that is thing that no one can compete against at that instant. Like there is no one in the tool industry that we have that has the skills that Modify had. And Unicorn is pretty close, but it's just doing that. And Modify was just doing that again. So Figma's winning again, which is really sad. The only one that is competing is Penpot, and I just don't like the interface and their keybinds. That makes no sense to me. Um, but yeah, um, I don't like again in an investor point of view. Let's say I'm an investor in a tool, and you are coming to me for money, and you say I'm gonna try to compete with Figma. Like that's my competition. I need you to be at Figma's level or above, as always, for me to give you some money or at least see the vision or the direction in which you're going. To say, well, you're probably gonna pass them at some point. Like you're gonna be better at some point, and I can see that in the tools that you're showing me today. That's not the case in any of the tools that I've seen. Like Modify was okay, but not that good. Paper is fine. Unicorn is really good. Um, and like the other ones that are like animation tool, like Fable and Jitter and Carnival are good, but not there yet. Like mostly the, the Lodi and Rive are the only one that are market levels. So basically, yeah, if you come to me for money and you're like, I'm gonna compete with Figma, I'm like, you can't. Like right now, you can't, unless you have something that is entirely fixing all of the issues that we have on Figma, meaning bigger size files, size files, bigger file sizes, bigger, um, more responsive canvas, more performance in general, things that other tools don't have, which is not the case right now, or combination of others. Um, some native support would be appreciated as well. Like, yeah, the fact that, and I talked about that last week, the fact that Sketch has released their liquid glass and concentric corners and other features 2 weeks ago. I mean, now 3 weeks ago is kind of crazy because that's something that Figma kind of hinted at, but didn't really do anything. Um, but yeah, you know, like that's the. Let me see if I can find them. Um, right there. They have released this, right? This is in beta. This is available. Their version of Liquid Glass is available. Their version of Concentric Circle or Concentric Corner Radius is also available. So it's automatic, and therefore, if you have something, you just define your outer radius, and then anything that is inside is going to adapt to ensure that it's always good. You know, Progressive Blow is also really fun, and there are like other things are available. The thing is, the reason why Sketches is able to do this is because Sketch is Mac only, and Mac only implies that you have access to the Mac OS tools. And because Liquid Glass is now native to Mac OS, and they had to use the current version of Mac OS to build the latest, newest version of Mac OS, these features are built in the current version. So you can have the same rendering with no issues. And basically what Sketch had to do is, oh, so the new way of saying that something is glass is dot glass effect regular. Cool. Let me just add that in the code, and now we have the native support for liquid glass rendering because it's just how things work. Smack on me. So yeah. The way that Figma has put it in place is pretty good. I think it's gonna work as well. Because it's simple and it makes sense. But the thing that they have presented, right, is just a shader. And it's really simple to put in place. And as we've seen in the past, again, um, Jay has done it in like the latest one that we have is this one, and this is just like basic CSS and HTML situation. And you, if I remember correctly, you can have access to this in um, think on CodePen. So that's basically what Figma is doing, because Figma is a browser by default. They just had to run a shader. That's it. So yeah. The thing is, Sketch is not, I mean, I'm reading back on your message from earlier. Sketch is not the underdog. Sketch used to be the default, and Figma is the underdog, and they just took over. So Sketch is the legacy tool, which is really good, at least from my point of view. It's really nice to see that, you know, it's just there and it works. So yeah, again, the fact that Jay is able to do things like these all the time and just show us how things are built, how things are behaving, why they behave this way, how easy it is to put in place, and so on. Like, that kind of biases me in the direction of any tools that is not at the level of J is a bad implementation, because, like, again, Jay is doing that in basically 3 hours after the release of something. Like this one, for example, like that's just an SVG transformation. And they had a bit of an issue with Safari, which is kind of weird because, it worked, but not entirely, but it kind of worked. And again, this is just like web tech. And the fact that Figma is still struggling to have web tech in their web app. God damn. Like, it's more impressive to me to have like these tags already in Sketch. Like, same thing with the proximity detection. Yeah, proximity detection, edges detection, to take like the cut of something based on how close, how far things are, and react to the element. This is really interesting as well, but it's, again, simple-ish when you see how it's put in place. So again, like they just, no time, the day of the announcement, like they said that on the 10th, and on the same day, 5 seconds later, you have someone else that is doing it in code. So yeah, I don't know. Right now, I don't think that Figma is a really good situation, or in a really good situation for doing anything. As you said earlier, Figma is becoming Adobe, which is really bad. Like, a lot of people are not happy with Figma behavior, but also I understand how they're winning and why they're winning and why they will probably continue to win, but I said that last week. I don't see Figma being alive in 10 years, personally speaking. I see them potentially be there, but not as prominent as they are now. Like they need to change drastically in order to be relevant in the next 10 years, and I don't think they can right now. Like based on the direction in which they are going and the thing that they are showcasing in the config announcement and so on, I don't see them surviving the next 10 years. Surviving. Again, still will have users for sure. Like Photoshop still have users and Illustrator still have users that are doing UI in there. But based on how things are going, I'm taking my experience as not the default, but like as a pointer. I haven't touched Figma in a while. Like the only reason why I'm touching Figma lately is that sounds really kinky. Is because I have some icons to do. Like that's the reason. I need to update my icon set so that you, as the people that have bought the icon set, can use said icon set in a way that makes sense. Um, and I'm using cursor all day. Not yet, Sterling. As I said last Monday, I reverted everything. So there are some things that are still not named the proper way, and I need to figure that out. And I need to figure out how I can organize them in a way that makes sense. I'm almost debating having like one page for that card for direction, one page for that card for media with all of the stars in that same page, just to make it easier. But then if I do that, when I'm losing speed in finding the star that I want, it's a mess right now. I need like organization on that bar to make sure that it makes sense, which was the case, right? When I no. That's the thing that we did last week, and I reverted that. I reverted that because of the exportability of basically if I'm doing the thing that I did, which having like all of these styles into their own viable groups or variant group, I'm ending up with something that is not portable in a way that makes sense. So yeah. Again, the reason for this, if I do this right here, I'm gonna create a fake one so that it makes sense. I mean, doesn't make sense, but kind of makes sense. If I'm creating like a multiple icon set, whatever, and I have a property, if I'm exporting portrait right here, which is called portrait, and this one is variant 2, if I go in there and I rename it, it's called property 1 equal variant 2. So when I'm gonna export that thing, it's gonna be called property space 1 equal variant 2, or whatever the name I want. And because of the way that it's put in place and the way that we had it put in place in the first place, this would have been default, solid, duotone, sharp, whatever. And so when I'm exporting that in batches, I'm basically going to export the first icon, and then I'm going to override the content with the second icon because they have the exact same names. Property 1, which is style equal sharp, style equal default, and so on. So yeah. And because you need them in separate files, it's easier for me to then be able to be here and say export every icons that are in there into folders, because that way you have them separated with proper naming. almost. Like there are four icons that are not named properly, but you know what I mean. Anyways. So Grizz, I'm using Cursor for designing everything, and I'm using uh, Xcode for designing everything. That is basically the case. So if, for example, I'm in there and I'm like, I'm not sure, um, that's the goal, Stony. Yes, we have two paths for the duotone. I don't have a choice. I wish I could change the inner path to have a different color, but yeah, the goal is to have one path per icon for sure, as much as I can. Which means that the default sharp and solid are gonna have one single layer, one single SVG, and duotone is the only one that has two, one at 60% and one at 100%. Because yes, yeah, like this is basically what happens on the day to day. Grizz, if I'm looking for something specific, like let's say I'm working on my um, calendar, because that's where I was today, and I just need a better design than the thing that is gonna pop out here soon, maybe. Um, right? I have the design that is here, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I need my dots to be a bit bigger overall, and they need to take like a bit more space, or they need to take something different, and so on. Like, let's say I want my dots to be 24. That's just for the sake of presentation, because that's not what I want. But I could do this and have all of my dots being 24 by 24, which is going to be getting my view, if it fucking loads, with a much bigger overall preview of the content and so on. And right now it seems to have like kind of crashed, but like that's basically what I do. And I just go in there and show that the thing that I'm currently doing works with what I want to achieve, and I'm doing that in code in Swift because it's faster and it's better in the sense that once it's done here, it's in production. Like there is no getting the design from Figma to Xcode. Like it's just straight up. So I mean, from my point of view, much better. Morton, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's your day going? That's usually what's happening for me right now when I'm trying to build things and like design stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. That is something that helps. Um, but I also think that a lot of people are going to move to what I'm doing right now. And I'm not saying that just because, I can, but yeah. Like these things, these transitions that I figured out last Monday, you know, like it's fun. Nice stuff to have. Making a website in C? What the fuck? Like that's not a common thing to see. For example, this makes no sense. I don't understand. Oh, I do understand. God damn. Um, that that It is alignment leading. What the fuck? I do have that. Oh, no. Yes, probably. Um, why? Yeah, thank you. God damn. Does this work? That's the question now. Is it now aligned properly? I doubt it. I mean, it is already a line leading, so it shouldn't break. I have doubts. I have doubts. You see, that makes no sense. So, yeah. In Figma, that would take me 3 seconds. But right now, because I don't have the skills, again, still, it is taking a lot more time for me to just figure it out and understand how my fucking navigation things or why it doesn't work. Because that's the thing. That's the issue most of the time. Um, alignment is leading, which is the thing that we need to have. My spacing is 4, which is supposed to happen. And the thing is, I can't really add an alignment leading on. God damn it. On an H stack, that makes no sense. But start? Yeah, no. And left doesn't exist. Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Uh, yeah, this one is supposed to have a space already. Because we have, god damn it, we have the mastered and the learnings that are like side to side. So it should be good, but it's not. Is it? Oh, might be this. Might be the way. Oh, god damn. Oh, my fat ass. Oh, my fat ass. Uh, that might work. I have doubts. A lot of doubts. I'm basically taking or making sure that my frame that contains my horizontal mastered in learning is taking the full width that it can, that it's pushed to the side. But yeah, math, math, math. We'll call it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for
Math
chatting. I
Dork is
appreciate
now
it.
following.
Thank you for following. I appreciate it. It's not working. Um, it's not an alignment issue, right there. I mean, it is an alignment issue. Um, it makes no sense. I see. I mean, the name was a tell, I would say. But we'll call it in. uh, why is this not working? I can't do that. That's a bad move. That is technically a very bad move, and I don't want to do that. But it kind of the easiest way for me to put things. But it's just it's so weird. It's so weird. My H stack is supposed to be there. This one is supposed to be alignment leading, which is supposed to be my initial thing. And right now it doesn't align leading, which, you know, like, I mean, you don't know, but, um, I mean, you wouldn't be able to read any of it anyway. You know. What am I trying to do? That is a good question. I'm trying. What do you mean, no selection, bitch? Trying to get the. Oh, there is no selection in there because we are too deep in. That's wrong. I have a preview right there of an element that is in my simplified content analytics that is supposed to be aligned leading, and it's not aligning leading. That's what's happening. The section right about here is supposed to be left aligned, and it doesn't work. If you want to hire me, you can go into Contra, which is the message that is just above the last one you sent. Mostly for design. I'm not a dev. I am struggling at dev, as you can probably tell. So yeah, so that's the thing that I'm trying to do, and I'm gonna lock the fucking preview on the side so that we have it, and we can navigate to both things. But yeah, like I basically need this vertical stack to be align leading, which is already the case, which is the reason why it's pissing me off, is because it's supposed to work. And it's not trading. It's supposed to be leading. Like there is no other option that I have. So I don't want to I don't want to end up doing any dev. I yeah. I don't. That's the thing. That pisses me off. That makes no sense. Also, again, that is supposed to be a for each, but I didn't. Um, makes no sense. Structurally speaking, we're good, right? Mm. I mean, I've been a designer for 20 years and I intend to either die or stay in the field because it's where I have the skills. I'm building my own app, which is what you're looking at right now. And I'm currently trying to fight this thing, but this thing doesn't want to work. It's weird. Um, I'm guessing it's probably because of a situation of mastered needs to be like some sort of an if, the same way that I have some sort of an if right here. So I don't know any of this, Stoney. The app is an app to help you learn Japanese, specifically the Japanese that you are interested in. That's the main point. We have this thing right about it's right about here, where basically you have your characters if you are someone that is interested in learning the characters and radicals, kanjis, all of that. That makes sense. It's right there. It's the base that you kind of need to have in order to learn the words, but the plan is for you to help, or the plan is to help you learn the words that you're needing. So if you're someone that is like myself, interested in design, then you can go into the design dictionary and then learn the words that are related to your center of interest or your interest by default. So if you are someone that is like interested in slangs, you go into the slang dictionary, you learn the slangs of Japanese. If you are someone that is into anime, you can just buy the dictionary that is related to anime and so on and get like the words that are said in anime or the words that are related to anime in general, to kind of help you have conversation in Japanese. That just makes more sense. So, you know, that's what I do. And because in order for me to pay someone to do dev, I need to have some money or enough money to do that. And I've been unemployed for 2 years now because the job market right now for my level of expertise is absolutely shit. So I don't have that. I could have done that a year ago, probably, but right now this is my app made by me for myself and available for others. So it's a bit more personal, I guess. Interesting, maybe. Fun? I don't know. Still struggling though. But yeah, that's the is the situation. Just practicing making sure of things. Um, you all parked on your neighbor's couch. I see. I see. I see. Makes no sense. uh, yeah. Uh, I don't know. There is something really weird about right now, at least, giving away some control on the app. That makes any sense? As in, it's currently me and only me, and also like mostly cursor because that's what makes it feasible. And it is trash level of code, even from my standards, which don't exist in terms of code. But it, having someone coming in would be not good from the someone coming in unless I'm saying we are starting from zero. Like if the goal is to start back from zero, Um, with a new dev, yes, that is a possibility. Right now, helping me or having like a partner or something, it doesn't match the goal. Maybe another project, why not? But also, yeah, unsure. Unsure. That makes no sense. Um, yeah, I see. I see. I mean, you're welcome to chat in the chat. I know that it's not that fun for people to say things in chat rather than on calls. I agree with that. But yeah, nonetheless, it's an option. Um, I'm a software designer. I would say it's kind of my latest job title, even though not really. Product designer is the official thing. Software designer is mostly what I do because I've done software for the longest time, and I prefer doing software than like landing pages and so on. Software being apps and software in desktop apps. I did some game apps, but I don't have much skills in there. Alec, welcome on YouTube. Right now, I'm struggling to align shit. It's damn. uh, these are not supposed to be aligned this way, and right now they are. And they look good because I just have one single thing on the side, which is like one thing learned. But if I had like 10, it would be absolutely fucked. And I think I have like you can see this. It has like way more space on this side compared to around here. Makes sense. I get it. I know why. It's just, you know. Ah. Yeah, I appreciate that, Stoney. I do think that there is a lot of things that needs to happen. Uh, yes, extremely visual, obviously. I mean the entire app. Not gonna lie about it. Like the app is supposed to look like way different from my initial task. What I did was looking like this. Like that was my initial take. That's what I wanted to have as part of the overall feel of the app. Really minimalistic, black and white. Maybe got raised because it was like kind of trendy. And what made it more interesting was this curvy sidebar things, right? That was the initial trigger, I would say, to get me to kind of think about it and see how it could look, how it could work, and so on. And so the more I worked on that, the more I was like, well, it works. It's a feasible thing, and you can have like your navigation bar that is like flexible and working. But the design itself has kind of changed since the initial thing is like um, in Figma. But yeah, like that was the plan. Um, the new design. So let me bounce back on that. The new design logo, or the new design of the Google logo, the G, the one that is blurred and fade in with a bit of a gradient shade inside of it, is pretty good. It has a bit more, um, I would say branding and character compared to the previous one. That is a very designer thing to say. I'm not gonna lie there, but yeah. Like if I just give you the way that I'm using the app most of the time, which is like in colored way and not in light mode because the light mode is less accessible overall. Um, just getting it in color is more interesting. It also gives you like a lot of more fun transitions and so on. So I still want to have that design at some point. I feel like it needs to happen. Specifically, like this view also could be really good to have. There is like really small elements that kind of would benefit me, and it's things that, you know, eh, are not there yet. So if you take a close look at the characters themselves, they have a bit of a gradient in terms of how they are displayed. They are just white with white transparency at the bottom. And that it might happen. I have that inside of the character writing system so that people can see how things are written, right? It's a small transition, but it kind of helps. It kind of helps. It's a big word, but yeah, like that. That's the thing. And no, I haven't tried Glass Effect because Glass Effect is breaking the app. I mean, the app is kind of broken on iOS 26 um, when it started on iOS 26. So yeah. Also, that is true. Yes, 100%. No, I haven't. I would. I wouldn't. I wouldn't because um, play already exists. Like to me, again, the thing that you're describing, if I understand it correctly, it's just like build with play, but or create with play or whatever, bitch. Sorry, that's the wrong thing. Um, Dang, create with play. God damn it. So this is kind of similar to how I understand what you're saying, right? A software that makes the app, uh, but it stylized them automatically. And so play is basically this, where you have the ability to get like your interface that will give you design options and design thing in a way that is most Swift UI natural for the transitions, for the animations, for the things. And they have added liquid glass, iOS 26 support, and so on lately. The thing that I don't like about it is the fact that it is free to design, and then if you want to import that into Swift UI project in Xcode, it is paid. Like you basically need to pay them $30 a month to get access to Play for Xcode, which is already limited to 150 items per month or per sessions or whatever. 150 items is not much. So if you are creating like a component that needs at least 10 dependencies, you need to export the 10, 11 at once. And so you are running through this really, really quickly. So I don't like that overall, but I think that this is a good model overall for them to be able to give you as the dev designer the ability to export the code in Xcode format, in its Swift format, and then be good. Um, yeah. To answer your question, Alec, which is kind of indirect question, um, it's working. It's just bad. So the thing that I have in, and I might have discovered me through that tweet specifically. I think on Threads or somewhere around here. It doesn't really matter. Um, but it does this, right? The the search bar, because the new search bar is supposed to be at the bottom, it it goes on top of my content, which makes absolutely no sense. However, the thing that is good is that as soon as I navigate to a, a page that has no search bar at the top, so if I navigate to the dictionary by clicking right above the search but not on the search bar is going at the top, and then I can use the app however the fuck I want, and it's good. It's working. So I don't know how to fix that, but I've been trying. But yeah. Um, yes, I could math. I could. It already exists. There is someone that is building a Figma plugin. I don't know if I liked their post lately. I don't think I did. There is someone that is creating a thing that is, I think, called Crit CRT. That is a Figma plugin that assess your design skills and your design overall by giving you some advice on what you could do um, based on research, based on things, based on AI knowledge. That's an interesting thing. It's let's see. Let's see if that works. No. um, but yeah, they are basically like creating something. I'm gonna be down in the porn situation right now on Twitter, so that's not a good idea. Um, but that's a plugin that is in the work right now for Figma specifically, which is really good. The other thing is, um, what's the word? Airbnb has done something, um, and I worked with them indirectly, but I worked with the designers that were working at Airbnb at the time in 2015. In 2016, talking about this, which was basically having a design system before AI, but it was AI, basically what an AI is, which is just an algorithm and if-else statements, stating that if component A is followed by component B already goes side to side. Like A and B have a relationship that is side by side. However, if it's A and C, it's not side to side, it's on top of each other. And this thing that they had in place is really interesting. It's still not really common, but it is a system for big enterprises to just say, oh, so we have this page that needs to contain a header, a search, a feed, and a tab bar. And just by stating these four things, the software knows exactly how to organize them. And the designer and the devs just need to go in there and just say, well, yes, it works exactly how it's supposed to be placed in terms of layout, and then it does have the content. And that's something that we worked on in 2015, 2016 um, with the Airbnb team. And it's, again, it's not common, but it exists. And there is like a lot of things like this that kind of are available. Like I know that Roast is another plugin that kind of does the same thing, where you can select some sort of, I don't have like a license for this, so I can't really use it, but you basically have the ability to get into the the design that you have selected, and then you can roast your design, and so the plugin itself is going to just look at it and say, well, based on that, you need to change the accessibility for the contrast ratio and so on. And so roast is one that is paid. Crit, I think it's called Crit, is one that is currently in the work. So if you get access to the beta for testing it, you know, it's going to be free. And it's nice when things are free. Um, but yeah, no, overall, that's the thing. And to go back to your thing, yes, it would take over my job, but that's the point. I've been talking about that intensively, extensively, and intensively for the past few years. Of what I want from an AI is for the AI to know exactly how I design and how I do my buttons, how I do my layouts, what is the rules that I have. So I just give them all of my directives by default, and then it just does the thing, and I don't need to think. That's the point at which I want to be. But right now, that's not the case. Like it's just do something and then it doesn't do anything because it's shit. But yeah, that's kind of sad. Um, and yeah, right now, like for example, if I were to Alec to answer your question also by going back there, if I were to put my minimum target on the info around here to iOS 26 instead of 16 point like 17.6, I would get like things that don't work. But yeah, have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for stopping by and for following. I appreciate it. And thank you for chatting on your first day. That is really nice. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. But yeah, so that's the type of thing that I would be able to do or attempt, trigger, do things. Um, right now, in order for me to do that, I need to go into the beta version of Xcode, and it is not good, and it is breaking everything. It's also going to take 16 hours again. Um, fucking load the Canva. But yeah, the beta version does have some sort of liquid glass type of situation, and then every time that we relaunch this thing, I'm getting some localization errors that needs to be fixed, and they are always the same. And it makes no sense because I'm basically saying that this isn't like working at all. And yeah, like I need to change the key, but I can't change the key on this one because it makes no sense. And then all of these ones that I'm like, yeah, no, we are just using the native key. Just don't worry about it. Like just do that. And I'm doing that every time that I'm opening this bitch ass thing. And that should be good. And now I should be able to go back into this. It's also kind of weird. It has like no tabs, and I don't understand why. And it's weird to me. I'm also on beta 3 on my phone. Um, but it doesn't change much, at least from my point of view. It hasn't changed much. Like, I do like beta 2, 3. I like beta 1 as well. Like, I think it was really good. I had more bugs on beta 2, and now that I'm on 3, it's the same. Um, I haven't. No. That thing? Yeah, it's kind of weird to me. I didn't check the assistance, that's true. This thing is taking 16 hours just to load a fucking preview. That makes no sense. It's just. But yeah, it does work, and I can build for iOS 26 in order for me to make it work, I would need to basically just force the app to be iOS 26 only, like starting at iOS 26. And that would basically remove um, the 99% of my user base right now. So that is not a good idea. That is not a good idea. Come on, you can do it. Also, my skip button has been kind of broken, and it makes the thing fucking transparent, which makes absolutely no sense. But you can see that this is here. If I navigate to dictionaries, it gets out, and now it's back at the top. Makes absolutely no sense. So it's fixed, but it's not fixed. And if I go into a dictionary, then my search is back at the top where it's supposed to, where it used to be. But then I have my progress and things that are inside of this element, which makes absolutely no sense because these are not buttons, they are content information, so they should be text based. And it's so weird. Like the whole system doesn't benefit from the new version of like iOS 26. Like the button that I have here is not liquid glass button all the time. Like it is, but not all the times. And then I'm losing navigation titles at times, which again makes absolutely no sense. Um, like I don't get it. I do understand why it's broken. My fault. It's my fault. Hey, that's on me. I know. But still, like things are not working. Um, and yeah, it's kind of sad. Shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, I need to wait for iOS 26 in Xcode to be kind of fixed overall, and then things are kind of going to work out. But like these things are way brighter than they used to be, and that makes absolutely no sense to me. The fact that they don't have the corner, like they are concentric, but they are not like concentric, like how Apple said that it would be. That also makes no sense. And it's so weird that that search bar thing is working but not working. That navigation just disappears out of nowhere. At least it kind of works. Like most of the things in there are working, but now I'm getting something that is transparent. Why? I have a background there. It's supposed to be a fucking full screen cover thing, and now it's not. Like it's so weird. It it is weird. Yeah. It the fact that my onboarding, for example, is running transparent at times. Like when I launched the onboarding for the first time, when I installed the app for the first time and it just launched, it is good. It doesn't have a background, or it has a background, but it's the black background, regular background. Then I move to page two, and the background becomes transparent. And then it's just transparent on top of the existing content. So it makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I don't get it. Like there's also a lot of things that I don't get, as in the about title is lighter than the support title. They are the same design. Like they are using the very basic iOS native section, and they are supposed to use the exact same color. But no, for some reason on 26 they are like, you know what? Nah. So it's just weird. It's just weird. But also, it's fun to see, and it's to me, it's kind of fun to interact with it and see what's broken, what's not broken. The fact that most of my design is already kind of aligned with liquid glass, not entirely, but kind of like the design language is similar-ish enough for me to say, well, that's gonna be something that kind of works. And it's, yeah, I just need to figure out how to get my fucking headers in order and get them to work the way that they are supposed to work, because that's what's missing. Um, the thing for the search, the thing that we have discovered, and I forgot who said that, but someone said that on Twitter or um, Reds. I forgot. But they said something along the line of getting your searchable um, elements. So, which is somewhere around here, to be navigation drawer, or navigation bar drawer. And the thing is, when I do that, that doesn't work. But then when I'm just using navigation bar, it's supposed to be the navigation bar at the top. It it doesn't want to work. It just says navigation bar doesn't exist. And so, like, automatic is supposed to remove it and place it where it's supposed to be because it's supposed to detect there is something at the bottom. But no. And navigation bar drawer is, to me, the drawer which is mostly iOS, iPad. Sidebar is iPad as well, or macOS app. Toolbar is supposed to be at the bottom, like that's the toolbar at the bottom above the search or above the tab bar, which makes sense. And toolbar simple is at the bottom next to the tab bar, but on the side and minimized. And that's it. So the only option that I have is this, and it doesn't work. It's so annoying. There was in one of the WWDC Dub Dub 25 video about build an app with liquid glass. I think that's the one. They were saying things along the line of you can have searchable dot minimized. And basically dot minimized is doing the thing that the App Store is doing. So you have your search that is a bubble on the side, but not like not there all the time, and then it just expand. But yeah, maybe, or it's just karma for myself, making myself spend 3 weeks on getting these bitch ass bandy things to work. Yeah, might be the reason. Might be the reason. I don't know. The thing is, I would probably be good, personally speaking, with a change of navigation that works like this one. And so just have like a minimal tab bar at the bottom with like the tabs that make sense. Meaning for me, it would be hiragana, radicals, kanji, and dictionary, instead of having my profile at the bottom, which is where it is right now. I would have the search like the same way that it is right here, which right now you can't see shit because that is broken. Um, um, like that right at the bottom. And then instead of having my profile here, I would have it at the top like we have on the App Store, but then it's not bendy. And I'm not against not bendy, but it is the app. Like it is what made a lot of people say, "Oh, that looks nice. Let me let me see if I can get access to this app because it makes sense. Like it looks good. The design makes so much sense." And if I need to change that, I don't like it. But yeah, I need to figure that out. That's the situation. I need to figure out how I can make the navigation in a way that would work for here. And I looked at potential. I don't know exactly how I can apply that to the navigation bar itself, but I have looked at building like a shader that would allow me to do exactly this. So basically have the navigation at the bottom, flat, and then add a shader filter on top of the navigation that would bend it. And so I would still have my navigation bubble liquid glass thing, but with something that is bent by a shader, which means that if I do that, uh, I would have potentially something like, what is it? Something like this, right, with the bend. And so I currently have this elastic selected, and it would be elastic as well for the search that expand. They would expand the search and then just have the tabs in a minimized version. But that was it would only work with a shader. So I don't know. That's where I land. I do not know. I'm unsure. And so far, every time I've tried to build something that works better in terms of Xcode and making it work, yeah, just it's just broken. So yeah, this you think that this design can come through in everything I do? Maybe. There are things that I've talked about in the past for the design flow contest thing that I failed. Um, well, I had like a very bendy thing as well, but yeah. Yeah, I think you could do that as well here, to be honest. Alec, on in terms of tap and swipe could be an option for me to put in place. Not necessarily a good idea. I think the one that I did here is much more interesting if it works. Round Wardens. Hi, welcome on in. Bentley. Yeah. Bentley does mean useful or convenient in Japanese, indeed. That's true. I didn't think about it. Didn't think about it this way. But welcome on in. Thanks for the fun fact. That is a true fun fact. This one is more interesting, and it has the thing that you're talking about, Alec, in terms of swipe and bend. It will probably break though. I have never launched it in 26, so I am now scared. I do think it's not going to work. Do I have a search? I don't think I have a search. No, I don't think I have a search. But also, round Warden, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for chatting. As always, I appreciate it. Also, the cyber theme is not cyber. I should just call it post-it sticky note yellow instead of cyber, because that's more of a sticky note color, isn't it? It's a very designer color, which is fine, but they are all of them. All the themes are mostly sticky notes, to be honest. That's the blue sticky note. That's the purple sticky note. That ah, I selected the wrong one. My dumbass. Sorry. On me. That on me. On me. I'm gonna. Yep. 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 Ah. Yeah. I have started to touch SwiftUI in November. That's it. Oh, don't, bitch. 1 second. Where did I do that? There? I'm a designer. I don't code. Yeah. I am not a dev. Did I call that radius trick? No, that's not the thing. And I removed the fucking. Oh, sorry. uh, the thing is, this one is not gonna let me do what I'm supposed to do. Well, only one way to do that. Yes. I guess. It's so slow. I guess that's the only thing that I'm complaining about, right? Um, that's the thing. Okay, so things that is really important, because you, Alec from YouTube, what you're saying is a lot of progress. Yes and no. I am not coding anything myself. I'm using Cursor 99% of the time. I'm doing the design side of things by hand most of the time because it makes sense to me. But I do not know how things work. Anything that is written on the screen right now, I have a very, 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 very hard time to understand what is in there. And it's working because I've been working as a designer for 20 years and I know how to build products and I know how to direct Cursor and Claude in general in a way that makes sense to the LLMs, and do things. I wouldn't say it's vibe coding because I'm still reading the code and making sure that things make sense and then touching the code by hand and doing other things. Like, to me, vibe coding is mostly do that and then I'm gonna fix myself a sandwich, which is, it happens at times, but it doesn't happen often, other than the times where I'm on the free tier and I need to just, let it do its magic. can you build something, bitch? Like, can you're saying launching on, but you're not even you haven't even launched the simulator. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, cool. I'm gonna open the real Xcode and not the beta because that's gonna help. And now it's open in the background. God damn. How bitch ass are you? Yeah, kinda. Is it gonna be the same? I'm guessing it's gonna be the same. Uh, so yeah, Cursor basically built and wrote every piece of code except um, the visuals. Like Cursor is doing things that are really, really bad when it comes to the layouts and the rendering and so on. I really don't like it. Um, and so I do like Cursor to just go through how it works. And then once the thing works exactly how it needs to be, I'm then going in and doing the design part. The thing that I've been showcasing, that's on the other side. The thing that I've been showcasing for a while is I've done the design myself, and then maybe I have something like this, for example, that is kind of broken and not supposed to happen. And I'm like, yeah, it needs to be here, but not there. So I'm just doing a screenshot of what Cursor has created, and then, just pointing out the issues. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't work. For example, like these ones were also a thing. I was like, well, you don't really understand what I'm using words at that time. Like this was in the beginning. So this is what we have, and we want the entirety of the question content that here to be like spacing out the entire um, element. And then that worked and I moved on. But yeah. But for example, these, that was by hand. Like I just added the subscription model, like the subscription product view. I forgot. And then I just did the thing by hand because it made more sense for me to just build the thing. I think I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I have. I have used that through Figma in the past, not for Swift UI though. Why? Is it still broken? Specifically because I know that it's not gonna work. Let me just kill that, launch that on the simulator, and we'll see if it works. Uh, yeah, I think if you know, if you know like Unity and Blender and other thing, you are right in the right direction for the next stage of UI. Going to some of the discussions that we've had on stream many times, being VR and AR are the direction to like in which most of the companies are trying to pull us toward. And so these, can you install the things, please? It's right there. It's just install the thing. Uh, like AI is going to be really useful when you have glasses, and so if you know Unity and you know Blender and you know Cinema 4D and so on, you will have the ability to get some things so much better at the end of the day than other things. But yeah, Have a good iron art plasticky base. Enjoy your time there. Uh, Again, I just wanted to show you something, and now I can't show you anything because, oh, this thing is just not what we want. And because like, that doesn't work right now, since beta 3, by the way, Alec, if you're on beta 3 and you have like did it work? I want to know. Because it worked for me yesterday and then I updated and now it doesn't work. Um, like, basically this navigation at the bottom, which you won't really see because it's not as visible. Um, but this thing at the bottom is a rotary phone behavior where you basically scroll through every tick has a bit of a tick, obviously. And then when you select like a different location, like Paris or Tokyo, which was the initial ID for this app, you get like a navigation through the map. And you go through your things. And it just helps. It works, it makes sense. More things. You know, it's there. It's an option. But yeah, that navigation thing at the bottom is it's pretty working, at least for me. If I do that, that's gonna be more. I like that. That's fun. It's also really fun to me for having like the ticks and the feedback. Yeah, I forgot the name. Something feedback. Um, that was fun. That was a fun project as well to get my hands into figuring out how to do like this better way of rendering for. Also, why are you disappearing right now? Uh, yeah, figuring out like a very different way of navigation across the apps. So was the plan. But yeah, and I have round. I have used Builder, but not this. I have used the Figma plugin that basically extract your Figma file and make it into code. It's good to have like a bit of a boilerplate, something that is just you have the structure, you have the layout and the things, but I haven't tried this. And also, there is like so many that do the exact same things right now that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. But yeah. Yes, to be honest, Cursor is kind of the best. I got fucked by Cursor, which is really sad. Um, as in, I was in the initial plan with 500 requests per month, the first one, the when they came out, and then 500 was not enough, so I bought a second plan, so $20 plus $20, $40 a month, 4,000 requests, and it was great. And then they kind of pushed me to say, "Oh, like you would probably benefit from having like the teams plan, like business plan instead of regular regular plan." And it was like $37 a month. So I said, you know what? Yeah, why not? Why not? So I did that, and that downgraded me from 500 requests for $40 a month to 1,000 requests for $40 a month to 500 requests for 37 bucks a month, and now I'm stuck in like um, free tier on the second day. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. I like have a good rest of your day. If you want to check the app, get there. It's there. We like it. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care of yourself, as always. Follow the channel, all that. On YouTube, we don't have a lot of people around YouTube, so yeah. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. And so yeah, they kind of fucked me up with now paying mostly the same amount of money for half of the things. And because I paid for a year in order to get like everything, I can't really downgrade to Pro, which is like more important, more interesting, with 20 bucks a month, still 500 requests. So I don't know. It's really slow. It's also fucking annoying right now to go through with Claude, um, ensure that I have like all of the things properly set up, the right elements, the right folders, the right things. It's just, it's a pain. Oh yeah, dang. Also, long hair? Really? That's a string? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Right now, what I'm doing is um, Gemini 2.5 for speed and context. So when I need to go through like let's say I need to go through, I don't know, my analytics folder, which is like the most massive bitch that I have created in this fucking thing. I'm gonna use Gemini 2.5 to get like context, understanding, um, an overall recap of what the thing is doing. And then I'm extracting their response. I'm switching to Claude because I'm trying to use like the same model for the entire app. Otherwise, they have like mismatch in the whether they are naming their variables, naming their elements, functions, and things. And then with that recap context thing that Gemini is giving me, I'm then putting that into Claude and saying, well, we have this, we need to do that, and that way I have like the recap of context, which kind of works. One of the things that I learned yesterday, I think, is that the LLMs are doing something like this. I'm going to be very designery about it. Come on. So basically, the thing that the person was saying is when you have your LLM's discussion and you have a file that is a bit big, your LLM is going to read the beginning and figure out that there is way too much content and glance over a good two-thirds of the file and then go back at the end and say, well, there is probably a conclusion somewhere in that file. And so the whole thing that is in there, no clue, no ID, no, yeah, no information is used in there. So I learned that yesterday, and that makes a lot of sense when you think about how things worked. But yeah, it doesn't auto store in the IDE. No, it I need to copy paste it, and so it's sad because I deleted most of these files. But also, why the fuck did you fail? Oh, reasonable amount of time. I get it. Um, like I usually do things like I'm gonna say it's there. I'm usually doing things like this, so ensuring that I have document summary and basically my PRDs, my product requirement document, or my product requirement design. Um, I'm basically listing everything that I have, plus the context, plus the things based on what one of the LLMs have understood, just because Gemini is faster for passing things. And like, for example, when I need to get the um, brain logs, when I need to add logs in multiple places, I'm just going to use Gemini and say, I need like if debug statement in this file specifically to get my log in order. And that just goes faster with Gemini because it's just that easy to just say, well, you just add like an if debug statement on each of the logs that we need, and we need to log all the things. So yeah, yeah, you can. I do that at times as well. I'm just saying, create like a .md file, the markdown file, um, with your findings instead of responding in chat. And the easiest way that I found this to be efficient has been do a right click and create the file first, and then you just reference that in the chat, and that way it's like, yeah, cool. I'm gonna just update that markdown file as my response, and that just works. Like it's so much faster. It's sometimes a bit complicated as well. I mean, it sounds good, but I need to bring back to reality. Um, Sometimes, specifically Claude 4, is getting in the craziness of being as prosaic as possible and explaining every fucking details, and you end up with like a markdown file of 1,000 lines. And when you know that basically Claude has a 250 line, um, yeah, like this one, for example, 200 lines, he would have to recheck, continue reading the file for the next 10 lines, just because 200 is the max window of reading. So that's also a thing that is a bit annoying. But yeah, that's also why I have like so many fucking files that are split. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. But yeah. Denny, hi, welcome in. Did you do merge as in illustration merge, or did you do merge with the P of bland? Um, like just the P? Just loop? Also, do you have picture? Show me pictures. Bang, bang, yeah. That's it. Show me pictures. That's nice. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. I think I have something like this, similar. Um, similar. Uh, I might have deleted it, to be honest. Knowing myself. Um, I probably have. No, I didn't. I created like a sub economy thing to like get my monetization, not monetization, but like in-game monetization system in order, and to make sure that it worked. Like this entire thing makes no sense, by the way. It, um, like it's that was a bit of my first attempt, and I did that in Swift because it just made sense. But yeah, now I'm just doing Markdown because it's faster and a tad better, and also because like Claude and GPT are generating these by default, so Markdown as in. But yeah, that's it. If you, by the way, Round, if you want to share the link to the thing that you're building, tweet something, and you want like some design related feedback, feel free to share. Like, this is what we do around here, usually, right? That's what we do. Denny, are you sending me that on? You're sending me that on Twitter, aren't you? That that's what you do. You don't use Discord. Hmm? Yeah, take a screenshot. That's how I do it. Instead, like I'm opening the camera roll and I just take a screenshot, and that's it. I have a PNG. No need to think about it too much. Built it based on the fact that yeah, based on the fact that your screen quality is so massive by default. If you have like a recent enough, oh, that's neat, a recent enough phone, you end up with good quality enough. That's really cute. That is really nice. Eh, that's nice. I don't like the outline black, but I like the character itself and the outline white. That makes sense. But it's not black. I know. Um, like it's probably just the print itself, and it probably needs to be there if you have like a white T-shirt version, right? So
Round Rodent
I
is now
get it.
following.
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Um, but that's cute. That's cute as fuck. This is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass, though. I'm not. That printing gradients is never a good idea, and it's also like deteriorating really, really fast because you need so much different inks in the print that is gonna wash out really, really fast, which is sad. I wish it wasn't the case, but the illustration is really good. The I would say this is weird. The B of planned, right? We do not have it here, but we do have it here. Feels kind of wrong because it's holding. Do I have something? It's as if I was holding my AirPods like this, with like from the corner, and it's not it's not stable, but I get it. I do like it though. They're nice. They are nice. Congrats on that. Congrats on that. And also, um, round if you think that your current ID is yonkable and easily yonkable, um, I don't think it matters, but I do understand why you wouldn't want to share, right? The thing that we have seen and said for the longest time is you share as much as possible because you know you want the thing to exist. And if you think about all of the business guru and other people on the internet that you probably have heard of, like Gary Vee, um, Alex Ramosi, and the others, right? They tell you exactly what you need to do in order to be successful. And the reason they do so is because they know that only one person in the 10,000 people that is like listening to them is going to do the thing. And having the ID and executing on the ID is two different things. So for you, if you already have the ID and you like, that's going to work, and I'm already working on it, and someone that is faster than me and better than me could yonk the ID from me because, it's a good ID. Yes, that is a thing. I agree. But the day you publish it and the day you talk about it, someone else is going to try to do it as well. Like if they see potential, someone else is going to try to get the ID from you, even though you just published the thing. And yes, you have the advantage of you have published something, which is good, right? That proves the entire initial common ground. Like it's coming from your ID in the first place. I get it. But from the time that I published mine, and for the learning Japanese, I've seen four doing something similar from China, because some of the Chinese people that are on Red Notes and Xiangshu and other platforms um, have shared my app, and then I've seen the duplicates ish. The design is not the same, the content design isn't the same, but it's still some sort of a duplicate in the concept. And it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the people that are seeing my stuff might not see their stuff, and the people that are seeing their stuff might not see my stuff either. So I'm not really personally bothered by it, but I understand, and I can see why you wouldn't want to share. So I'm not saying share it today, but yeah. And if you join the Discord, which I appreciate, um, which you did, don't hesitate to share like something in the design and help if you want to like have a limited amount of people see it and or other things, other platforms, other channels. If you want, the one that are like the least visited are the one that are at the bottom. The experiments is no one goes there. It's mostly a thing for me most of the time. Uh, there's Kira at times and cross keys that is mostly in there, but that's yeah, not a lot of activities. So you know, you want to. Again, the goal of the stream in the first place is to help as many people as I can to get like better design outputs. So if there is like a project that you want me to take a look at, a website, an ID, an ad, an app that you've made, I can take a look and help you. That's the main point. The that you've made is important unless someone made it and that someone is sharing it publicly or big enough. Yeah, right. Hi.
Croissant.
Goddamn. Um, yeah, did that. I did that. In no time, by the way. I'm really impressed still. Goddamn. Congrats. Congrats. That's a nice landing. Nice landing. Yeah, I am tired as fuck. But I'm also looking at the fucking counter that is really close to 10,000. Um, I don't think we're gonna do that today, unless we're starting to speak about the Figma deliveries. The fuck counter. It's that high. It is a tad high. If you think about it, right? We talked about it. I put that in place in 2021, beginning of 2022. End of 2022, I moved to Japan. I couldn't use it. 2023, I came back here. We had it working for a bit, but not too much. I went back to Japan in 2023 and stayed there for a year. Didn't work. And then I came back here. It didn't work for a while, and then I decided to reintroduce my PC to get that to work. Um, and now I basically had 2022 and 2024 5. In 2 years, we are 10,000. So, yeah. You went to the office. What a concept. Goddamn. Do you have some knowledge to share about SEO? I'm trying to do something like best hotel in city. Say that again. Are you looking for something, or are you looking for the search engine optimization so that you can rank as best hotel or best whatever in city? Because if you're making a web page, I mean, I hate it because it doesn't really exist anymore and it's not that much important, but you need to have this sentence, the best hotel in city, repeated across the page. Like, I hate it, but yeah. Um, I don't think I understand exactly your question, but if you look at the blog that I have in here, um, the article that I've wrote is mostly ensuring that, first of all, um, the titles make sense and are potentially what the people that are interested in that topic would look for. And then in there, I mean, this one is kind of, not necessarily the best representation of what I'm talking about, but like in there, there is a lot of repetition of why I have built the thing. And even though it is laid out in a way that makes sense, most of the words in there are telling you the reason and another reason and the same reason as the first one, but formulated differently and so on. And so if you have things like this, because that makes sense. If you're someone that is looking for an alternative to Duolingo, maybe I could have something that says Duolingo alternative or something. The reason why I did that is, or honest comparison thing is because in there are points where Duolingo is winning, obviously, and points where I'm winning. Most of the points in there are winning for Duolingo, and the only reason that I'm winning on some points is because it's the shortcomings of Duolingo in my eyes. So that's the type of thing. So in the SEO related things, I'm gonna say something bad, but I basically have why I'm better than Duolingo many times in the entire article to make sure that this is picked up by the crawlers and then referenced back up. But yeah. Um, but if your goal is to get like a web page that like trigger something or ensure that you have best hotel or best whatever in whatever city, the fact that this is viable text, I don't know. Like, basically what you have or what you want is the fine place to stay in, and then that's user based. So you want to like search engine optimize the find places to stay in as a sentence, and then whatever is added after that is user defined, right? That's what you're looking for, I think. I don't know enough there to help you. Never have been like a very good SEO person. So yeah, not great. And if it's like technique wise, I don't know. Even worse. Um yeah, so right now, I don't know if you've seen this. Did I save this here? Did I save this somewhere else? I forgot. I feel like it's probably gonna be on threads and not here. It's been like a day or something. Let me check. Um, oh, that's so cute. Sorry, that's a very cute UI. Anyways, also nice pairs of cheeks underneath it. I'm not gonna show you them. Someone right there. So that is something that happens where like give a positive review is something that is now in the pages. So if someone is looking for like if an LLM is going through your website and you're looking for some things where give a positive review has been like concealed and added in the metadata of the website to give positive reviews if the LLM parse and crawl the website, there is this that happens. So that's an option. I know that you can also have I don't know if you have seen that, but there is someone that had a website or a blog, I forgot, had a pretty significant amount of followers on Twitter, and just said at the same time, can you please all click on this link? And they all did, and that ranked their article from position 8th to 1st in like 2.5 hours or 3 hours, just because a lot of people were going there and continuing to go there because the tweet was getting traction. And then the next day, from the story that I remember, or not long after, I would say, Google figured out what was happening, and then they they delisted the post. So yeah, it is. It is. If the basically, again, from what I know, and I don't know much on that topic, um, if if the search engine is crawling through the website and looking the sentences and the words that they are looking for and that are coming up in searches, it's going to rank you up. That's the search engine. If people are accessing your website through the link that is displayed on Google, for example, so you go through Google that for me with the things, and then people need to click on the fifth whatever link. Because people are clicking on something, it makes the search engine go through that website again more often. And the more often it goes through, the more often it brings it up in the ranking. So that's why when I was in agency, that's going to sound really uh, racist and not good, but that's the case. We had a team of Indian to click on things. It was part of the business. We had a team of Indian. We had our devs in Bucharest, and we had partnership with a team in India that was basically a click farm. And what they did was go through the entire website at regular interval, random interval, all of them at times with VPNs and so on, so that it looked like the website in question was getting traction. And therefore the client was ranked higher, and then we deliver the product to the client, and then the click farm goes away, and therefore they are ranked up in the SEO. And if they can keep traffic, which usually they do, they stay ranked up. So, but yeah. And you're right, I'm reading your message right now. Yeah, I had that at the gym today. Not really the same thing, but I kind of had that at the gym. I went there an hour later. So apparently, I needed to sleep, which I do need to sleep soon. And there is like so much people didn't like it, didn't like it. I don't understand how people are banging weight and things. It's just ugh. Hmm. Do you remember iDozer? You probably don't. That thing. That thing was a very, very um, interesting system. Um, and so specifically like the Spotify is an option. iDozer is basically what they claim again is low frequency, high frequency, like sounds that you're not supposed to hear most of the time. That is just bumped so high that it triggers things in your brain that are related to drugs, brain situations, oxytocin, all of that, and it's interesting. The one that was um, popular at the time was the Hand of God, as far as I remember, which was basically putting some people into trances and so on. So that's an interesting potential concept, you know, for you maybe. But yeah, it's a very old thing. Also, this is very French, to be honest. But Yeah, these ones at 5 to 150 bucks per E3 basically was kind of crazy to think about. Long time, long time, long time ago. But yeah, the thing that I was looking at before I said nice ass was this. This is really cute. This person is really doing like a very good job at UI, and I like the way that they are doing these. I kind of want to steal that because it's nice and also ass, obviously. Um, but yeah, no, overall, a lot of good UI stuff around here, to be honest, and ass. This is also an interesting. But they basically went to the App Store and leave or left their app in the store on the store phone, so that if someone is opening the App Store on the presentation device, they get a bit of a potential of, oh, that's a new thing. I don't know. I don't think I have the time nor the energy to do this, but you know, stuff. It is. It is free ads, and I get it, right? If you are hungry and you want to get the things out, then yeah. Anyways, oh, how's the end of work, by the way? Because that's the thing, right? Um, the first day is August on the new job, or end of August. I forgot. God damn, why is my brain like this? Um, yeah, 2.5 weeks. Brain works. Brain works. God damn. Um, this is cute. This is a cute transition thing right there. That works. The only thing that I would say is do this if you want to. You know, title and 5 icon would be really good because that no good, no good. Yeah, and you know, and I would be in the I don't give a fuck zone since beginning. The nice thing, it's kind of sad that it's not necessarily real, but yeah, the flow makes sense. Does it really do something, or is it like a fake AI in the background? I, I said that before. It's very soon. It's very, very soon that we will not know if it's AI generated or not. Like there are tales, specifically when you have leaves like these, but it's wild to me. And if you are an architect, because we are in the architecture things, and you just need a concept to go in the landscape that already exists and you don't have any fucking clue, or your clients wants to see potentials, instead of going through the entire thing, I feel like this is going to make a lot of sense to just, here is what we can do. But yeah, I like that. It's fun. Hmm. Can you really buy the thing? If you can, then get rid of the fucking things. They like make sure that it has like a right file icon and a right not React app name, because kind of that about it. I hate that. uh, I Darren, I have disqualified myself from companies that I've applied for because they do yearly retreat or every 6 months retreats with the rest of the employees. I'm like, fuck that. I am not doing it. Oh. So, yeah, I, oh, not happening. I, it's not that I'm quite introvert types, is that these types of things, I'm doing it not with my coworkers. Like, go to Porto with friends to have a good time. Every time I did that with, um, like in French, uh, right, we went to these things. And these are just activities and so on, and you can have fun and whatever the fuck you want, right? And they have um, some villages, how they call it. Not necessarily this one, but you can just stay and then you have the parks and so on, right? What happens is, or was, we went there and we stay in the location places, and then because we are with the boss at the middle of the fucking day, why not just work a little? No, that's not the point. The point is to take a break. Yes, you are with your coworkers and whatever, but the goal is just to wind down, think about something else than work, and then the entire team started to work like 4 hours. No, no. So yeah, I hate that. And yes, coworkers can become friends. There is a lot of coworkers that become partner and wife and husbands, and wife and husbands. You know that happens. Um, but yeah, it's kind of weird most of the times. Specifically, if you have like, um, like for example, my previous company, the one of the salesperson um, decided to hit on one of the founder, achieved it, and now they have a kid together. Happens, happens, and and yeah, there are like some people in the team, in that team specifically, that are friend now. Um, yeah, because he had a girlfriend at the time as well. Achieved it. Yeah, so it is feasible, Benny. It's feasible to have like relationships with like friends, lovers, whatever's. It's it opens. It's potential. It's not recommended. I wouldn't recommend it, because like not while you're there, specifically if you know that you are gonna leave the company. But you know, um, if there is something, there is something. Like whatever, it happens. Again, from the dev point of view, um, of my previous company, some of the devs that were working there are friends together now. It happens. Um, so yeah, yeah. I I kind of tried to never touch work related people. Let me count. Yeah, I didn't have never. I prefer not to. That's that. I mean, that's safer. Like you don't, you know, let's say you work together and it's nice and it's fun and so on, and then things happen and it's good, and then things you fuck up, they fuck up, whatever, and then uh, it's awkward at work, and then you don't work well, and then one of you is gonna quit, and it's usually gonna be both of them. So yeah, yeah, that happens. Being a horse girl is one of my immediate swipe left on Tinder because I'm like, I know. Like, you're gonna be annoying. I know that. In France. I don't know for you, but for me, it's like, nope, never happens. Never good. Never good. There's also like a lot of things that's also weird. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, brain. See. So there was um there was a power play at play. Mm, I see. I see. I get it. It happens. It happens. Thing nothing against it. But yeah, no, they on Tinder when I'm looking at things, I'm not looking at things much, but like when I'm looking at people and pictures most of the times, um, it's just, are you cute? Can I afford your lifestyle? Like that's basically the two basis things. Like, are you cute to me? Yes, cool. What do you do in your pictures? Are you like drinking all the times? Are you saying that you go on hike all the times? Are you saying that you love to travel all the times? Like you don't have vacation at home. You're just like you need to take a fucking flight. That's just nope. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying was are you cute? But yeah, most of the people when they are looking at my Tinder swipes, like in my previous company, they were looking at me swiping and they were like, "How can you say no to all of these people?" And I'm like, "Well, they're not my type, first of all, and yeah, no." Like I'm basically saying no to most people on Tinder, which is the opposite of regular men on Tinder, because it makes no sense to me to just say yes to everyone. Just so weird. I do understand, right, that the men have usually less options, and therefore you say yes to everything, and then you sort out afterward. But yeah, um, yeah. I mean, me neither. If you date me for like the long term, like that's the point. You know that I'm gonna die before you. I'm not gonna go out often. And when we go out, we go out to eat. That's most of the things. And yeah, you know, you can't do that, Denny. That's the thing. Yeah, I'm not tall. That that's the thing. I yeah, nope. That is one of the reason why I'm moving to Japan because I'm above the average height in Japan. So I'm taller there. We take the win when we can. No, that's not the real that's not the reason. It is not the reason. I just love there. But yeah. Um, that is also true, Jaren. 100%. I I'm just, um I'm just good with myself. I'm fine alone, so I don't need anything else. If someone else wants to come in, they need to bring like themselves, and if they want to stay, they stay. If they don't want to stay, they don't stay. I don't give a shit. Not anymore. Um, like that's the thing. But yeah, and then yes, I wish I was moving. I wish I was moving, but right now I haven't. I will soon, but not yet. Yeah, that's the thing though. That's not the thing though. Ah, that broke. Oh, I'm so dead. I have a meeting at 7 tomorrow, so I need a sleep. Meeting with Japan, as we do. As we do. How the fuck is that a thing? That is crazy. Um, Nan hasn't been live in a while. That's crazy. Hmm. 大丈夫。日本語は大丈夫。でも、日本語はめんどくさいだそうそう。うん。毎日の日本語は大丈夫。でも、敬語はわからない。敬語はめんどくさいけど。うん。だから、うん。日本語は大丈夫。That is the only thing, or reason why I can move to Japan. Um, 英語は大丈夫で。I'm French, which is already sad. But, uh, but learning English was really simple to me because I was fed English really early, I would say. Basically, um, the I was, I don't know, 4 or 6 when my sister had an at-home teacher, I think 4. And so at that time I was just glued to my sister because she was older and, I think I was probably 6. And I didn't want to do anything other than, I wouldn't want to be alone at home. So when the at-home teacher was there, I was at the table as well. So I listened to some English. And then some of my dad's friend was speaking English. And then um, when I had to learn English in school, it was pretty easy because I had like the understanding already. And then I liked it much, and now English is my primary language. So yeah. That is also true, yes. I mean, you do have English now in primary school in Japan. Um, so it's good. I mean, good. It's good for me if I want a visa. I don't want to do that though. I don't want to be a fucking Japanese teacher because the English teacher in Japan because that's the no. That is a no thing. But yeah, not a good idea. But yeah, tomorrow morning is a fucking meeting with Japan at 3 in the afternoon Japan time, basically 8 here. Huh? Obviously, that person speaks English, but yeah, still, you know, would need to sleep. So I am sending you to Pot Pot because she just started, apparently, and that's kind of new. We never see that. We never see that. So as always, thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD, it's going to be on YouTube and stay there on YouTube forever. If you have question and I'm not live, join the Discord. And if you want to, uh, you know, come back and ask me the question live, I'm going to be back here on Friday. As one does. If you want to follow me on socials, you can do that. As always, the learning Japanese is really good with Can because, I made it. I'm not biased. And if you want to give me money without subbing to Twitch,
Mom!
it's pretty good. Pretty good UI kit. Pretty good UI kit. I'm not biased either. Nonetheless, enjoy the rest of your day. As always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And when you won, congrats. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Bye.